make your time worthwhile with us this morning. We are members of the working group of professional services firms at the IIA in Switzerland. And the four of us, we are actually the author team behind the white paper that we will publish hopefully in the next couple of weeks. And that white paper is dealing with the topic of topical requirements from an external quality assessment perspective. Slides are still loading. So what we want to do today is give you a sneak preview of, the content of the white paper. Want to use the opportunity also to share some frequently asked questions that we are getting in our work, with our clients and during external quality assessments. And also give you the opportunity to ask any questions that we can then hopefully incorporate still into the white paper to make sure it's comprehensive and complete at the end of the day. So before we start, we do a quick round of introductions. So my name is Christian Jung. I work at Deloitte and I'm looking after the internal audit services for the financial sector. And I hand over maybe to you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Markus Pfeiler. I work in Zurich for Forbis Mazars in financial services, and about half of my time I do internal audits that are outsourced to us, and about half of my time I do external audits.
Good morning, my name is Christian Berger. I work at EY in Zurich, also in internal audit, but in the risk department, and there too also has a lot to do with non-financial risk governance and recovery resolution planning.
Good morning, also from my side. Organ Aziz is my name. I'm with BDO, heading the TRA, Technology Risk Advisory team in FS, and I'm an engineer. So the technical guy, if there are any technical questions, obviously.
All right. So I have a small version of this slide, so I can maybe show it like this, and it will probably be a little bit of a challenge for you. But in the meantime, anyway, I think you can get the slides afterwards. We can start with the presentation. So what we want to do is, I will do like a roughly 15-minute presentation, like a refresher, to make sure we're all on the same page about the topical requirements, talking about some recent developments, and also some key documents that have been published by the IIA that help us as a profession to deal with the topical requirements practically, right? So what are the topical requirements? Slides are still loading. As you might know, they are a mandatory component of the International Professional Practices Framework by the IIA. So they have the same status and nature like the global internal audit standards, right? So that means they are mandatory to be applied or mandatory to be complied with. So also important to listen. Yeah. What did I say? Yeah, important to follow. The idea by the IIA is to provide a global minimum baseline of audit coverage and audit scope for topics that are dealing with risks that are pervasive in nature, right? So we have one for cybersecurity, for instance. We have one for third party. So those are risks that really affect most organizations worldwide. Do we have slides? That looks good. Finally. But where do I have to? Our nice faces. Yeah, so this is the slide I was talking about. You can see here the circle, that this is the IPPF topical requirements, the small blue box in the green circle, part of the mandatory components. You need to follow topical requirements whenever you audit a topic where topical requirements exist, right? So if you do a cyber audit, you need to at least perform an applicability assessment on the cyber topical requirements to see whether or not, based on your judgment, you need to apply them. This is a little bit of a view into the future. You can see at the top, that's the IIA's view of the risk landscape. You can see the blue bullets. These are the topics that are considered mature risk areas. So those are topics where, well, we either already have or can expect topical requirements to be published. And then you have the green area, the green bullets, digital disruption, AI. Those are areas of emerging risk where the IIA does not yet plan to issue topical requirements because, you know, best practices are still evolving. We don't really know how best to tackle these topics from an internal audit perspective. So this is why they are monitored. But once they develop, you know, chances are we might get topical requirements for those topics as well. Let's look at the bottom part to see what we actually have to deal with today. You can see here we have today four topical requirements that are effective, have been published, and one of them, the one for cybersecurity, is already in force. That means if you are doing cybersecurity audits right now, or still this year, or at any point in the future, chances are you have to deal with this document. The other three have been published. They enter into force usually 1 year after the publication date. So the next one that you have to worry about is the one for third party from September. And then the other ones that have been published, it's more like a 2027 problem, right? So you don't need to worry about them too much at this stage. The IIA has also announced 2 new topical requirements for talent management and anti-corruption. Those will enter consultation period this year. So, you know, you probably don't need to expect topical requirements for those topics before 2027 as well. But it's important to voice, you know, to read the consultation draft, provide your feedback to help shape a little bit what you then later on have to deal with from the topical requirements. Okay. So our white paper, we start very basic with basically a central starting point where you can find all the information that you need to know. I mean, you can also read our white paper. It will kind of guide you through it, but you don't have to wait for the white paper. You find all the information on the IIA Global website. You find all the topical requirements, all the user guides, several languages. You find the application guidance document and the insights to quality document. Those are the 2 documents that we will deep dive a little bit further on now. And you can also find frequently asked questions that the IIA Global is getting, you know, from their members. And this is regularly updated. So you can, you know, consult this website regularly. We recommend it. In any case, you need to make sure you have a process as your internal audit function to make sure you're not missing, you know, new topical requirements or any changes to the practice here. Okay, let's start with the application guidance. So this is a document that has been issued by the IIA, and this really helps understand a little bit better how we are supposed to deal with the topical requirements. So originally, when the first drafts were issued of the cybersecurity topical requirements, there was a lot of confusion, and it was not very clear when do we really have to apply them? Do we have to apply them for every single audit? Do we have to apply them when we have small touching points? And this document really helped understand now that it's about significant risks, right? So it's the key concept that they have introduced. It's a risk-based approach. You have to deal with topical requirements whenever your audit is addressing a significant risk for the organization, you know, that is above a certain risk appetite threshold. And what we have done to make your life a little bit easier, we have created this decision tree from the logic of the application guidance. So this is the only thing you cannot find on the IIA website, but you will find it on the IIA Switzerland website soon. And it basically follows the same logic, right? It starts with the risk assessment, risk appetite. If you are dealing with a significant risk above the threshold, and if you are dealing with an insurance engagement, then chances are you have to perform the applicability assessment of the topical requirements. So we have the 2 blue boxes here. Those are the cases where you have to deal with them, and you have the gray boxes at the side where you don't have to, deal or document the topical requirements. So for assurance engagements, it's mandatory. For advisory engagements, optional. And otherwise, the only other area or situation where you have to apply them is when you perform an audit and on the fly you identify additional topics that could be significant for your organization, right, or significant risks. And if it's central to the audit or significant for the organization, then you also on the fly need to, scope in topical requirements. For instance, you do audit A and you identify a cyber component that is significant, and you also have to deal with them at the later stage. Right. The next document that is important that we wanted to share today is the Insights to Quality document by the IIA. This is a document addressed to internal and external quality assessors. So people like us or people like, in your methodology teams. And it's telling or it's outlining the IIA's view on how external quality assessors or internal quality assessors should approach this topic. What are we looking for when we come to do an EQA in your organization, right? So this document also helps you, in contrast, to understand what you might need to prepare to actually also get a good result in your external quality assessment. So this document is not mandatory. It's but we believe it has some key points that we certainly suggest to follow also in the implementation. So it should start, the process of dealing with the topical requirements should start at your periodic, risk assessment and audit planning process. So by that we mean you do your normal risk assessment, you do your normal audit plan, and you then afterwards take a step back, look at your audit plan and check, do we potentially have any touch points with any topics where topical requirements exist, and then you just flag them. This is the minimum that we suggest makes sense also from an overview perspective. And then you, by flagging it, you can make sure that your audit team or whoever has to do the engagement level scoping or planning then knows that they have to do the applicability assessment for certain topical requirements, right? You can also do, if you are more advanced, if you have multiple cyber engagements in your plan, you can already at this periodic planning level separate a little bit, the scope of the topical requirements across several audits. That's fine, but at least we suggest to flag so that later on you can then deal with the applicability assessment at engagement level. The main part of this document is the green bullet in the middle, or the green bubble. It's about judgment and flexibility. Judgment is your professional judgment. So every single one of you, when you deal with the topical requirements, you need to ask yourself, does it make sense? In this context, to apply them, which elements do we need to apply? And flexibility here means comply or explain. That's also a big relief, right? So it helps us really understand the ambition level of the IIA when it comes to the implementation of the topical requirements. And you can see the two blue bullets at the bottom, documentation of exclusion. So as a result of your applicability assessment, you will either decide to scope in or scope out certain elements of the topical requirements. If you scope them out, you document your professional judgment basically as documentation of exclusion. So it doesn't need to be an essay. It can be very simple. We don't do it because we will do it in another audit, or we will do it next year. We did it last year. Stuff like this is acceptable. It needs to be more than not applicable. I think we can probably agree on this. And then on the other hand, evidence of conformance. So if your result of the applicability assessment is, yes, we want to scope in certain elements of the topical requirements into this audit, then we need to find some sort of trace, link from the topical requirements into the work program so that we, when we come in as your external quality assessment friends, can then, see where in the audit work program have certain elements been captured, right? And this is it. So this is what we wanted to share at a higher level. And what we have prepared now is a little bit of a, like a podium discussion where we deal with some frequently asked questions that we are getting. And but we also invite you to ask any questions you might have. Yeah, let's maybe start with the. I just need to move my chair and find this. So yeah, maybe we start with you, Christian. So we talked a lot about the applicability assessment. When do we actually need to document it, and how do we best document it?
Thank you. And with this, we once more go back to the waterfall. And we started this as a working group in October last year. And we have had intensive discussion with regards to what does it mean, because from us, from a quality assessment perspective, what would we expect? How would we expect that this can be best done and most efficiently? And at the end, this is also the waterfall. This waterfall can be read out of the documents, but really from a practical perspective. In our view, it is clear that the risk assessment is the key element where it shall be captured, where you have your assessment unit, where you have the risks, and there it should become somehow prevalent. Where do you have these risks, which with topical requirement are covered? For us, the clear expectation is there is an indication that this risk belongs in the territory of this topical requirement, that you flag it. Important, we would also see that you connect this then clearly so that then also with subsequent update of the risk assessment, it's easily identifiable, that it can be seen. And especially the second element, topical requirement shall only be in focus if the risk is relevant. So there must be also the connects and with the risk assessment. So it can be that at some point in time a risk is high or gets lower or vice versa, so that you have this information up to date. So they are clearly a flagging, clearly indication that this topic is on the radar, that it will be followed later on. Subsequently, and the engagement type in between is just, let's say, the intermediary element, because really applicable, it's only for assurance engagement. And then in the audit plan, of course, when you group your audits from the risk assessment, it somehow should flow through, where it becomes clear, okay, this topic has been identified, and then in the audit planning, you may put some elements out of scope, because each of the topical requirement element has an element of governance, of risk management, and of control. So it can well be that you will not cover all three elements, or that you will not cover all the elements in all the location. And all these thoughts and elements, of course, should be captured there. And subsequently, if an audit is really in scope, if the procedures are performed, then it's really in the engagement documentation. And then in the engagement documentation, of course, we would expect to see the most. But there too, the IIA has also set up then the document element, which is in the user manual, where one could take this one, and it gives a guidance of the elements which should be thought through when going into this audit topic, elements to capture, and then accordingly, of course, document.
Thank you. Another question that we often get is, I talked about professional judgment as a centerpiece of the new view on or the new spin on the topical requirements. But how do we actually document that in respect to comply or explain? And what is the minimum level or the acceptable level of documentation, Marcus?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think it's important to keep that in mind, that professional judgment is really a point here, or has a point here in topical requirements. So it's really the IIA gives you as auditors the advantage to document your professional judgment. So I think what was mentioned before is important. So you have different stages in the audit where you can document your reasoning, and for example, in planning or in the work papers or in risk assessment, etc. It makes sense to start your documentation in the beginning and put it in the beginning. If there is no further documentation needed, you have it, and you don't have to think about it any further. What I would expect is that you have a proper reasoning documented. You say why, you say what your ideas are, so it's clear for me or for somebody else who reads it, who has an understanding as an auditor, why you choose to apply or not to apply, even it seems necessary to apply the topical requirement. So this doesn't have to be like a 3 or 4 pages thing, but even one good sentence that explains your reasoning might be enough.
All right. Question?
Question on this exclusion of documentation. You said previously if I make in 2025 an extended audit on cybersecurity, I can just refer to it on the following year saying I've done it last year. Is it possible to put it in the annual report of the service saying this year we did not undertake the TR on the topical requirements on cybersecurity because we made an extensive audit, or should I put it in every folder, in every, would it be considered sufficient if I put it in the annual report of the service?
Do you want? I can maybe start and yeah. So first of all, there's no requirement to put it in any report. So it's a thing that you need to deal with internally. So there's no requirement to, report to your audit committee which topical requirements have you addressed and how have you dealt with them. It's more like an internal documentation for your internal quality assessment, like the QAIP program, and for your external quality assessment friends, right? The essence here is really it should be practical, So yes, and this is why we said it ideally starts at the periodic planning level, where you look at the audits and at this stage you can already document, for instance, yes, it's a cyber audit and the scope is very specific, but the elements of the topical requirement we have actually dealt with in that other audit or in the next audit. So I would document it around that annual periodic or annual risk assessment and planning process. These cases, yeah. I'm not sure. Do you want to add anything to that? No, it's okay. Does it answer your question? Yeah. And then for long questions, I will come to you with the mic so that the people online, if we have any, can take also advantage of it. Shorter questions, I'm happy to quickly repeat them, right? Okay, next question for Mr. Engineer here. It's not yet diving really into the technicalities of the topical requirements or of the specific technical aspects, but we are dealing with a situation. We are dealing with a situation now where multiple topical requirements, and sometimes there are overlaps between topical requirements, talking about cyber maybe and third party. So how in practice, Urgent, are we dealing with situations like this, where we have multiple topical requirements that could potentially be applicable to an audit?
Thank you. So first of all, I think what is very interesting here is that we selected third party and cyber. And when we are talking about cyber risk, which are the cyber risk which are mostly evolving, or the threats which are increasing, just to give you statistics, the cyber attacks on the third parties have doubled last year in statistics. So this is actually a big threat, and is one which is growing. And also when we are thinking about what do we outsource, quite a lot of the outsourcing is directly somehow interconnected with technology, especially IT, and so on and so forth, which inherently brings some kind of risk. So if we do a third-party risk audit, and we explore during the audit that they maybe has been not done a proper due diligence and so on and so forth, topical requirement says, yes, we then add on cyber. But I would also consider always when thinking about other topical requirements to incorporate cyber risks in your thoughts in order to have a broader and better audit and a more meaningful audit at the end of the day. I hope that answers your questions.
So one thing I was thinking, and it connects a little bit also to your question from previously. I think, you know, when you start at the periodic planning stage, you do your risk assessment, your plan, and then you should take a step back and see how are we addressing through audits the significant risks to the organization. Can be cyber risks, can be any other risks, right? There are risks where topical requirements do not exist, believe it or not, right? And then you think, once you are clear how through audits you are addressing your significant risks, then you think about topical requirements. Where do I have topical requirements that could potentially help me scope this audit and to maybe even inspire my advisory engagements or whatever? But it should not be, or should never be, a situation where you take a topical requirement, do an audit just because it exists. That's not the idea, I think, right? Yeah.
One practical experience. So we have been engaged in a third-party due diligence where the outsourcer outsourced the CRM system. Okay, and the CRM system actually had some AI-built capabilities in it. And when you do the third-party risk audit, you see, okay, the due diligence has been done, the contract, and so on and so forth. And then they engaged us actually as specialists to also look into the contract. And what we found out is that actually this AI, which is used in this software, is actually a model from Microsoft. Okay. We found out also that if you use Microsoft AI, the chatbots of Microsoft, or incorporate them with an interface, that there is a so-called overflow buffer. Okay, that means that if you use the AI of the software, and because of high usage in Switzerland, the models of Microsoft cannot digest the request, then there might be an overflow to the US, Europe, and so on and so forth, which is actually contradictory to what you have agreed in the contract. So saying that, with all due respect, being not a cyber expert, not having this background, this knowledge, I think you have no chance to identify that. So that's what I want to say within a practical perspective, that although you do a third party, you say, okay, the contracts are clean and so on and so forth, that doesn't mean that we have a full picture.
Thank you very much. So please, as I said, raise your hand if you have any burning questions. Happy to take them. Otherwise, in the meantime, maybe let's continue with you, Marcus. Christian. With our next question, a very relevant question. Are the topical requirements subject to EQAs? And if yes, how would you audit this?
Well, the topical requirement, as they are mandatory, of course, they are subject to EQA. And we would start, as we had shown before in the waterfall, risk assessment to see whether there is due consideration of, are there risks in these areas? Are they linked? Do you have them on the radar? Were they assessed? Subsequently, of course, in the audit plan to find consideration in the audit plan where these topics are. Rationale, especially with regards to exclusion also, that there is not just not applicable, but really reasoning behind of why some elements are not there. And this is also something which we discuss together. I mean, we would not expect that you do just for the purpose of topical requirement audits on topical requirement, but that there is rationalization of where is it applied, where is it not applied, and the explanation there too. And then, of course, in the audit engagement, and this will be mandated for the quality reviewer to take a sample and look in the audit engagement where topical requirements were prevalent, that the requirements were applied. And there, of course, easiest part would be to take, of course, the documentation tool from the user guidance and have this as a guidance part to think through, okay, these are key elements which they thought through, which are applicable, and then, of course, take them into their own consideration, but then also document the thoughts, the relevant thoughts on the elements relevant. And as said before, there are always three elements: governance, risk management, and controls. And of course, you can rationalize and decide which elements are really relevant for a certain audit topic. At the end, it will be the red line, and that there is clever documentation around it.
Yeah, so I guess it's fair to say when we come and do an EQA, we would predominantly look whether there is a process that adequately deals with the topic requirements. If the conclusion is we don't have to apply any of them based on judgment, it's probably going to be fine, right? But if we find a situation where nothing is being done and the topical requirements are just being ignored, that's, not the best situation. So I think once we see that the function deals with it seriously, one way or the other, it's probably going to be okay. The next question, and I give this one to you, Marcus. It's about, and it touches a little bit also again on your question of splitting the scope of topical requirements across several audits, maybe across several years. Is that possible? And also, is there like an expectation, that we have to deal with everything that is in one topical requirement maybe in a certain period of time, maybe every 3 years or within 3 years? Is there something like that?
To say the most important first, yes, it's possible to split and to distribute an audit over several years. It's explicitly stated in the application guide that you can do that, and I think very often it also makes sense. And yeah, there is also, I mean, as I had the topic before, it's really up to you, to your documentation. The topical requirements are open for that. So if you have really good reasons why something can't be done or why you haven't the possibility to do something, just document and write why, explain everything. This is really an open thing, and the topical requirements should be a help for you in the end. I mean, should never be forgotten. It's a minimum standard, always based on this GRC, also governance, risk, and control processes. So yeah, they are open for that. So just document your reasoning.
Thank you. That actually brings me to the next question, and it's an interesting one that connects a little bit to what you said before, Urgent. And we talked about how the topical requirements are minimum standards, and especially in the field of cyber, the question, in contrast, if we flip the situation to say, well, we have the minimum standards, but does this mean there is a risk if we only follow the topical requirements? Or if we consider them as a checkbox exercise, that we actually are auditing, away or not actually the significant risk? Is there maybe a risk that we are missing something if we only follow the minimum requirements?
Yeah, I mean, so first of all, I think AIA, in the topical requirements, doesn't claim to be full coverage, so full casco insurance. I mean, obviously. Then the question is, where do we have gaps? And I would like first to start, what does it cover? So it covers governance, it covers risk management, it covers controls, process and controls. And if I think of these cyber incidents which I have been involved in the last years, which there were numerous, with a lot of institution, and I think, okay, if all these requirements have been covered, done by the companies which were subject of this attack, would this have prevented an successful attack? And I can say to a big number, yes. So what these requirements cover is a good starting point, and it's not something little. But on the other way, there are clearly some weaknesses. I mean, or some parts which have been not covered, and this is especially what happens after. So after the cyber attack materialized and has been effective. So the response, recovery, and so on and so forth. This is more light covered in this topical requirement. So yes, there might be a risk in order to stick to that, but with the big but behind that it's actually also a good starting point to start with.
All right, just quickly checking. Thomas, are we still okay for time, or? So you take full responsibility for hungry people? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we have a couple of more questions that we have prepared for you, but as I said, feel free to, raise your hand. The next question, staying with you, Urgent, you talked about the technical complexities, specifically around cyber and third party. And based on your experience, situations, or like most internal audit functions, specifically mid-sized or smaller functions, they cannot afford to have a lot of, experts in one person in their team. Do you have any suggestions for those how, topical requirements could then in these situations be practically applied?
Yeah, sure. I mean, first of all, I think if you're a mid-size organization, a small organization, and you try to hire a cyber specialist, I think he would get bored very soon. I mean, that's just because of the size. There is not much enough to do. Secondly, I think what is also important to consider if you are on the smaller side is that we are talking about a topic which is moving fast. So what has been the last or the shiny new product and shiny new solution in 2 years ago is just outdated. So to keep up with this pace, obviously this is a challenge. If you are a large institution, large organization, obviously that is a different game. So in my perspective, I think it's rather makes more sense to work together with external experts, to bring in especially this knowledge, to bring in knowledge which is up to date, the expertise, where we then have also the enough coverage of the technical, and we go deep enough. because what we see, especially in organizations which try to cover that themselves, is that somehow you stick to this governance risk management perspective. Okay, so yeah, you check whether this control is in place, whether this is properly documented, and so on and so forth. But what is happening in the technology can be left out. And to be very clear here, at the end, a cyber attack is happening on technology. It's exposing technology weaknesses, vulnerabilities, and so on and so forth. So paper will not protect you. It's the implementation, what is written in papers, into the machine, which protects you.
And in contrast, in terms of the documentation of the topic requirements, paper actually protects you from us, right? So we have 2 more questions that we have prepared, and we stay kind of in the situation of smaller, mid-sized functions. Marcus, is there something like a proportionality principle? Do smaller functions have to do less when it comes to the implementation of the topical requirements?
Well, if you read the topical requirements, they are written rather open, and I mean, they don't go too much into details, in my opinion. It's my personal opinion. So you have enough space to do it in a way that you want to do it. Just stay with the topical requirements, but they are open to I mean, you don't have to do the same if you are a big bank or a small bank, big organization, small organization. That makes sense.
Yes, so we're all in the same boat. It's about smart application of the application guide and the insights to quality document. Last question from us today, and unless there's anything from online, Thomas, excellent. It means we have comprehensive coverage of everything that is burning. The last question, it's one that we get very often. It's about, inconsistencies or overlaps, specifically in the financial sector with regulatory requirements. So overlaps of topical requirements with regulatory requirements, and how are we dealing with those?
So the topical requirement are minimum standards, and the idea is if there is absence of anything else, then that the minimum standard shall be applied. But regulatory requirements will always prevail. So of course regulatory requirements are first input side, and then topical requirement will come on top. I can hardly imagine that the topical requirement would be more stringent or would then have other elements which regulatory requirement would not cover. But there too, of course, IIA also proposes kind of a map and gap exercise to go through the topics and see if anything would be missing if one would hold against regulatory requirements.
Short and precise. So, there is one question now. Okay, I'm coming over.
Thanks a lot. Philipp Wilhelm, my name. I'm a quality reviewer myself, and thank you for the opportunity to share on your professional judgment also on how we deal with topical requirements. So my question would be, what's your professional judgment? I mean, the worst case could be that we lose the label is in the requirement, working in the requirement with in alignment with the global internal audit standards. If something is wrong in the quality assessment, if somebody does not consider the topical requirements in the work, would you consider that to be as grave to lose this alignment with the standards? That's my first question, and a little bit linked to that. We are sometimes having a context where we face micromanagement also from the audit committee, and we are having them, if we are not in a regulated environment, the audit committee is the main customer, right? So they can define what we do, And if they decide that the topical requirements are not something they would like us to audit, would that be for you an explanation sufficient to be a smart application of the requirements, or would you then still say that it is not in alignment with the global internal audit standards? And perhaps after my question, some little criticism of the whole thing. I know we are all in the boat, we have to accept the topical requirements, but I'm kind of angry because I think it's really a bad thing to have them. And we were talking about red tape and bureaucracy in the conference, and this is just the beginning. I did not see any rule how they eliminate a topical requirement with the time. So this is always growing, adding more requirements. Right now we have smart application, but then perhaps in the future they become more strict. Basically, it will be micromanaging internal audit departments all over the world in the future. Perhaps I see that as a real risk. So I think it's going away from the principle-based auditing to a rule-based auditing, and that's forced content. But that's just to out my anger. And now back to my question, please. What's your professional judgment on that?
Thank you very much. Before I hand it over to you, Christian, maybe I can say, don't shoot the messenger, right? So it's not our idea, it's not our topical requirements. There was a lot of truth in what you just said. And we are effectively also as external quality assessors in the same boat, right? So we are just trying to survive together.
Yeah, Philip, you know, let's say with the new standards, there were also these 4 grades with regards to rating, you know, full conformance versus general conformance. The first 2 are both passing grades. So with this passing grade, you can still say that you are in compliance. And we have also had intensive discussion. What do you really ambition or vigor for as an organization? I mean, do you really want to be full conformance everywhere? Because I mean, this may also not be really that efficient. General conformance is also a good grade to pass. Before we had general conformance. So this is also an ambition level of the organization. If you are in general conformance, that's fine. To your second question, if your board tells you none of this topic is relevant, you document it accordingly. I guess we would have interesting discussion, maybe not on the topical requirement, but some topical requirement, like cyber third party. If an organization comes to the conclusion from the risk assessment that these are not relevant processes, I guess we would rather have the discussion on the thoroughness of the risk assessment and application of the risk assessment, or derivation of the audit planning there too. And as you said, with regards to the topical requirement coming into our life, yes, we were also surprised, especially with the last 2, which were just published last month on the IAA. I mean, it is a little bit a surprise box for everybody, yes.
Yes, so I think we slightly overshot. So thank you very much for your participation and questions. Reach out to us if you have any further questions, or through the IIA, they can channel any questions to our working group. And I think maybe in a couple of weeks or so, you can all read the famous white paper. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just thank you very much for the Arbeitsgruppe, and actually, Philipp, just you have now a topic for the break, so this will.
intervenants. Hello everybody, so I'm Agnes Poya, I'm a consultant within Iskera with more than 20 years of GRC project. I will present you today what is Iskera first, and then the theme of our conference. So Iskera is a new group. It was constituted last July with three main solutions. Maybe Optimizo you already know, which is a Swiss GRC solution, and with AccuRage and also Pocket Results. Today, Iskera is a European leader in GRC technologies. So we cover a lot of subjects in GRC. We won't talk about everything today because we will focus on audit. We are the leading independent group, so we provide independent technologies, data hosted in Switzerland or in Europe, in EEC. And we also are compliant with European and Swiss directive. It's 100% dedicated to GRC, and we invest a lot in technology, especially in artificial intelligence. So you can see the value proposition of Iskera. It's quite wide. It goes from risk intelligence, compliance, insurance and claims, also resilience with business continuity and business impact analysis, extending enterprise with third-party management and API, and also AI and data trust. Of course, if you have any questions, you can come maybe after the conference and we will answer the questions with pleasure or at the end. In terms of AI, we have different principles. So we want the AI sovereign, so it's all based in Europe. You can choose the model you want. So we provide a model, but you can choose also the model you have. Always the human decides the solution proposed, but it's always the user who decides to perform the action or not. It has to be fully transparent and traceable, and also your data are private, so there won't be any share of data between customers or even with outside. What we chose to show you today is maybe 3 steps in implementing AI. First of all, we will go on with the prerequisite, which is a structure system with a quality of data. It means we will show you very quickly the main functionalities of the solution, which is an integrated, which integrates the 3 lines of defense with a risk cockpit of the 3 lines of defense. And also we manage user rights, so you can maybe have a little focus on it. Then we will show you a few use cases of AI already implemented in a tool. So you can, if you are in a screen in a tool, you have different use cases available. You may choose and you may use them. And then we will show you the second level, which is an AI agent, which enables you to perform action with all the data of the solution and with all the functionalities of the solution. So two different complexity in terms of AI implementation.
Okay, hello. So my name is Bruno Sarguian. I'm a pre-sales consultant, and I will introduce you the first part. So, like Agnès said, a quick overview of the solution, the main functionalities of the solution, because due to time constraints, we cannot, of course, show you everything, but I will try to show you the main functionalities, and I'll also show you some interesting IA use cases. Unfortunately, we will not have the time to see all of them, but we need to have time for our IA expert who will explain to you more in details what we're working on and what we intend to implement. Okay, so I would like to start by giving you a few words about the solution. So we'll do it in different steps. So first of all, I'll go in English. So first of all, we'll have a few words about the risk module to show you how Iskara can help you. Then we'll talk about the control modules, and that's where we will see the different IA use cases. And then we'll talk about the audit modules with everything that we can offer you. So first of all, the page that you see here is the homepage of the application. You have here a page which can be adapted, configured, depending on your on the client's demands and depending on the user who is using this page. So you will not always have this page. On this page, you will systematically have two things. First of all, a task list, and second, graphical indicators. It's worth pointing out that if you click on one of the tasks which is here, you will. What?
You're not sharing the screen. Try again. C'est toujours la présentation. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why it worked initially, but thank you. It would have been much less interesting for you, I think. So I'll start over. So like I was saying, the homepage that you see here can be adapted, configured, depending on your users, depending on the way you work. And you have a task list and some graphical indicators. So the task list allows you to see what you must do in the application, and a simple click will automatically bring you to the page you need to fill in. So you don't need to work very hard to find the page you're interested into. And then you've got some graphical indicators that offer you a functionality of drill down. So let's say, for example, I want to see my action plan, which priority is high. I just need to click on this part of the graph to automatically get my data. So that was for a quick overview of the homepage. And now I'd like to tell you a little bit more about the risks. So the application allows you to have a framework of risks, of course, and each risk has a sheet of its own, which can be adapted, configured. So bear in mind that what I'm showing you here is not necessarily what we offer our clients, because we adapt it so to stick as close as possible to their methodology. So here you have the possibility to add, remove fields, and you can link the risk with different other objects of the applications. Here, for example, we can see the classifications or the processes. Then we have the incident. I will not necessarily say a lot about the incident because I will talk about it in a minute. But basically, you can link your incident with your risk, and each incident is linked with a loss. And the application will consolidate these losses. Here, for example, we can see the sum of losses linked with my risk. Then we have the risk evaluation, of course, the possibility to evaluate your risk depending to different methodologies. So the heat maps that you see here can be fully adapted. The size, the scale, the colors, the number. Also, we have some of our clients who want to have a target per heat map. That's something we're used to doing. If I quickly show you the page that allows you to evaluate your risk, you will find that the methodology can be adapted. So here we've got something relatively simple: the impacts, the probability, and the control level. You can fill it. You can fill them in. You will have pop-ups that gives you more information for each level. The idea is really to adapt your methodology and to have something very simple to use. Depending on what you select, the application displays the risk in the heat map and calculate the inherent criticity and the residual criticity. Now, I'd like to give you a few words about the controls. So, an important thing about the application is that the three lines of defense are realized in the single tool, and they can communicate with one another. So, from the risk, we can get the result of the controls. From the controls, we can have a proposal on the risk evaluation. That's the kind of things we're used to doing. That's the kind of thing that allows you to easily access the data of your different other modules. Then we have the key risk indicators. So basically allows you to have some indicators to have further information about the risks. And then the action plans, of course, the link with the recommendations and the action plans. The idea is to know how to react, how to improve what you are currently seeing. just quickly, the action plans can be linked with the risk, with the controls, with the audit missions, with the recommendations. Here, what you're seeing is really a cockpit of the risk from which you can see all the different informations that comes from all of the application. But here you see only one risk. And now we'll look at the analysis of different risks. So I will look at my risk mapping. So that's really a filter that allows me to select exactly what I wish to analyze. I will stay to something very simple for now. So I click on validate and I arrive on this page on which I can see my heat map and all the risks on my heat map. And if I wish to have a bit more information, I can display the names and I will even stretch the heat map to have more information. Another interesting part is the possibility to have a comparison between this year heat map and the one of the previous year, the previous year's one. Once again, very easily to do with a simple click. That is the heat map, the analysis that we can have in the application, but we have also another possibility, which we call Power BI embedded. Basically, it allows you to have a Power BI analysis in the tool that you access directly in the tool, and here you'll have something different. For example, the possibility to see on the map of the world where the risks are located, among other things. Okay, so that was for a quick presentation of some functionalities of the risk. Now I'd like to give you a few words about the incident and about the DORA methodology. Okay, so the incident, basically you have a framework of incident which you can fill in and allows you to, link the incident with the risk, and you can have, like I said, the analysis of losses, so the calculation of losses. Okay, so we've talked about the risk. Now I'd like to give you a few words about the controls. For this demonstration, it's easier for me if I am to change my user, but of course, in the tool, one user can have access to different modules. So now the controls, we'll talk a little about the controls, and then we'll see the link with the IA use cases that we have already implemented. Once again, I'll go to English. So you have the possibility to have, of course, a framework of controls, and an important part of this framework is that it allows you to see not only the controls, but also the processes and the risks linked with those controls. So here I have 3 levels: my process, my risk, my controls. And, of course, I have the possibility of displaying my controls as a list. Now, I'd like to go further into one control, which is called the N2 review of the membership bulletins. The reason I'm picking this control is because it allows me to show you that we have levels of controls. So here we've got a level 2 control, which can be linked with level 1 controls. The reason we have this is because we'll be able to link control between one another and to get the data automatically in the tool. So that's what we'll see here. So like you see a sheet which can be adapted, and then we will evaluate the controls. So what does it look like? You have here a questionnaire, and you will evaluate the controls, the one after the others. And you have, well, of course, so you got different information, the previous evaluation, the current evaluation, the scale can be adapted. And depending on the level you select, you may or may not have some alerts. Here, for example, I have a comment alert, and if I fill in the comment, the alert disappears. So we can have different kind of alerts, comments, action plans, documents, which can be blocking depending if it's something you want. Now, we have, of course, a validation workflow, but now I'd like to show you something about the controls. But basically, I'm going to use the controls to show you some of the IA use cases that we have implemented. So I'm going to quickly go into the application on which we have implemented the IA. So just a minute. Sorry, it's a bit more complicated with only one hand. So I'm on the application. I'm going to go on the same page. I'm going to look at my control campaign, and I'm going to select a campaign on which I know I have enough data for the artificial intelligence to be relevant. So I look at my campaign, if the Wi-Fi allows it. Okay, so here you can see my controls, all the information required. and I'm going to go on this control here, which is called security measures for the SaaS frameworks, for the SaaS softwares. Here I have a new button, and if I click on it, it tells me that we have some IA use cases that can be used for this control. And if I click on analyze the quality of the response for me, it will show me this. So basically, it tells me, okay, your response is not very good. Why is it not very good? Because some of the requirements of the controls are not met. It does not tell me it's horrible, because some are met, but it explains to me what's going on. So that's for the first use case, an easy way for you to check the quality of your response. Then you can say, okay, how do I improve that? What should I implement? It will suggest an action plan. Basically, it tells you this is what you can do. This is what you must, this is what we think you should implement. If the Wi-Fi allows me to have it. Come on, I don't get it. I think my computer just froze. Give me a minute. I will just go on the same page, because with the computer didn't like it. Thank you. So I will really go on the same page to show you exactly what we've done, and it will be working. Like I said, the connection is not as we had hoped. Okay, so once again, I go on the same campaign. I'm really not trying to It's a bit slow. I hope it's going to work, because if it's too long, it wouldn't be. It would be a bit unfortunate. So I go on the control, which is here, the security measures for the SaaS framework, for SaaS softwares. Okay, I'm going to make the first one again. Okay, it works, and the second one should logically work if. Thank you. Okay, so it works. It's basically the Wi-Fi that was going up and down. So here I demanded the application to propose me an action plan so I can read it. But in order to make it easier for the clients, we've decided to add a button here, which is called Create. And if I click on it, the application automatically takes the data and fills them in the corresponding field in the action plan. Basically, it allows you to gain some time. So the action plan which I can create is automatically linked with the information in the tool. And we've got all the information. Okay, so I will not go much further into the use cases of artificial intelligence because my colleague will go into it, but I will just show you one more information, a couple more things about the audit module, and then I will allow him to, I will ask him to speak. Okay, so now finally, the last module I wanted to tell you about is the audit module. So we will quickly speak about, thank you. We will quickly speak about the audit missions and about the recommendations and how we can allow you to follow up and manage your recommendations. So first of all, the audit mission. First of all, I'm going to English. First of all, the audit missions, which basically allows you to manage your different audit missions in the tool. And an important part of the tool is that it allows you to have different kind of audit missions. So basically, okay, I'm going to take this one. So for each audit mission, I can select the type of audit mission, which will have an impact on the tabs which are available and on the validation workflow. So here we've got something that, for example, we've decided to display the risks, but we could have decided to show the controls or potentially both of these objects. So first of all, a definition sheet with different informations, once again, can be configured, can be adapted according to your methodology. Then we've got the scope, so the possibility to give a bit more information about the universe of the audit mission. Then the risks, so like I said, the different modules of the applications are connected. From the audit missions, you can see the different risks, the different from the audit mission, you can see the different risks, and you can re-evaluate them or analyze them if you wishes. If you so wishes. Then the planning, basically you have the possibility of selecting the the audit team with the different auditors and the different steps of the missions. That will allow you to more easily know when you should launch and when will each of your auditor be available for the different audit missions. Then the checklist. This is really a list made by the auditors for the auditors. The idea is for them to make a list of all the things they must do in the mission to properly conduct the mission. The working program. That allows you to see the audit tests. And the audit tests that you use for a mission can come from the framework of audit tests, but can also be created directly from the mission, specifically for the mission. For each audit test, you have, of course, a validation workflow. You can evaluate it, and you can add recommendations and evidences to support your audit tests. All the recommendations that are linked with audit tests are gathered by the tool in the recommendation tab. So here you've got the recommendation from the audit test, but also the recommendations which are linked with the entirety of the mission. And then you've got the action plans, so different information. Once again, it's an object that you can have on the risks, the controls, the audit missions. Finally, of course, the conclusion and the document, which allows you to add a document to your audit missions and to generate a report, typically an audit report, which we adapt according to a template that the clients give us. I'm almost done. I'll give it to you in a minute. Just, I wanted to tell you quickly about the recommendations. So we have, of course, a framework of recommendations. No, I do not need to save my data. So on this framework, you will find all of your recommendations. You can make the follow-up. And an interesting thing is that you can have a dashboard. So here, for example, why is it showing me the dashboard? So here I can say, like I said, you have a dashboard that allows you to have an overview of your recommendations, and that's the kind of thing you can obtain directly in the tool, which can be in your hand. You can adapt, modify this dashboard in the tool without any issue. Okay, so if I sum up, we have seen the risks, the possibility to evaluate, create your risk, and to analyze them. We've talked about the controls and some of the IA use case directly in the controls. And finally, the audit modules with the audit missions and with the recommendations. Okay, so now I will give the mic to my colleague.
Hello, my name is Cedric. I'm the head of research in EA at Iskera Group. So I want to thank you, Bruno, for his presentations. First step of any EA system, a well-built EA system, is to have proper data and organize them really cleverly. Applications like the one that have been presented to you are really good first steps. Having structured data will help you in your EA flow and integrations of any EA tools. I'm also the lead developer at one of the solutions at the Iskera Group. And I know that you've been talked a lot about EA. Maybe some of you have some fear about it. In our development teams, EA is used widely, and unfortunately, it doesn't decrease the amount of human work. In computer science, we already use a lot of EA tools, and for our experience in the past years, introductions of EA tends to increase the workload of the human team. So that's the bad news about EA, and maybe it will help you not fear it to adopt it. At first step, it will not put your job in jeopardy, and it may increase your workload, unfortunately. So Bruno, I've presented you an EA solutions integrate two tools. So you were in the audit part of the applications, and you can interact directly with it. You can have more information, more insight, and this part is built into the applications. So it means that if offer you a subset of actions, you can analyze, for example, missions, you can analyze audit, but it's really sub-actions. In Iskera, what we want to build is a more wide agent, one that will help you to run workflow. It means that we can ask him to, for example, analyze evidence during the night and then in the morning, you will have the leads and you know what is the most insightful for your day to study. So this is a presentation of these agents, and one of the specificity is like these agents know all the data that is your in applications. It knows the data you put in, it knows the structure of the applications, and it can interact if you allow it on your file. As Agnès has told you, our EA are fully compliant with European regulations. We offer you two types of access to an LLM. We have some that are in European servers, or you can bring your own EA. In this example, what I was trying to do with it is I talk to my agent and ask him to analyze the environment where it is. And what you can see in these conversations is that the agents know where it lives. He knows he's in GRC applications. He knows he's going to manipulate audit elements. What is really interesting is like these agents so can interact with you, and it can also interact with your data. It can analyze all your recommendations. It can give you hidden clue. Donc, for example, here I have created some extracted from a demo database, some recommendations, and among them there were some root cause that have created these different recommendations, and ask the agent to analyze them and to find if there are some common reasons for all these recommendations. Because sometimes you have a multidisciplinary audit and the team doesn't talk to each other. So you can have reasons that, underlying reasons that create a lot of issue in your company without knowing it. Because you have part of the information on the IT team, part of the information in the finance team, and like being able to detect it means that a human needs to read 10 or thousands textual information, and it's something that takes a lot of time. And LLM and EA are really good at it. They're really good to analyze text. That's their most prominent force. So in this case, the EA was able to find different findings in the recommendations and find a root cause about them. In this case, for example, I'll show you, the common roots was an issue about IT management and some issue about authorizations. And what is really interesting is that the agents are able to analyze that, to find the information, and also is able to directly give you some actions plan. So he has autonomously decided to create a new recommendations and then to propose you an actions plan to correct the issue. As Agnès told you, the humans stay in the loop. So it means that the implementation plan is a draft, and will only be put into actions when you allow it. And you will find in this interface, in this part, you can see the different propositions made by the EA and accept it or refuse it. So this is the consolidated view of the different of his finding. So in this case, it was an issue with cross-functional access and authorizations governance gap. And he has also proposed 5 different actions to cover this issue. So in this case, what we see is an agent that is able to interact with your applications, all the data, help you analyze it, and go to propose you solutions. The solutions is never implemented without your agreement. And that's a more, for us, it's really important, is when the humans stay in the loop of our system. So that's what we are building at Iskera. So we want to give you EA that are able to understand the data that you provide to him, that is able to understand the applications that it lives in, and give you actions that you can directly implement, or provide you finding that you will not have found easily, because it's cross-disciplinary, because it's required to analyze a lot of text, and doesn't necessarily show up on KPIs. And that's what we want to bring you in terms of artificial intelligence. And we think that for audit, this type of analysis is really important, because you need to study a lot of evidences. You need to see if the evidence that somebody provides to you are consistent with the reality, and EA are able to provide you with that type of information and finding. Its most important part is textual analysis. So that's what we are building at ISCAR for you, and this is integrated in all our solutions. In the solutions that Bruno have shown you, that's called Accuredge, you will find an autonomous agent that will help you analyze your data, that will help you to take actions, and that will help you to find new findings. So to conclude, I want also to insist on some part. At ISCAR, we don't think that EA will replace human. I think it will help you do your work, and it will improve your finding and what you can do with your data. We think that EA needs to stay a tools, and that human needs to be at the center. That's why, and as Agnès has shown you, we have put one of our first rules is human in the loop. So it means that EA doesn't take any actions without your authorizations and without your allowance. Everything is explained. So it means we want to don't have any black box. In these applications I show you, you will see that there is a lot of information. Each answer by the agent is really long, is in purpose. It explains everything it do, all the steps it takes text to give you an information. So you can review it and make sure that what it produces is of high quality. Okay. So why we have taken this step, and why we think that we can help you with artificial intelligence, is we are a SaaS company. We are using EA for already 2 years in the company. We know how to use EA. We know in which type of environment, with which type of tools it's really efficient or really inefficient. For us, LLM is not something new, it's something we use for the last 2 years. And what we are doing in ISCAR is we put this knowledge we have grown into our tools. We want you to avoid to use EA in audit without all the issue that we have had as a software company, without all the try and error that we've made. And so that's our main focus. Thank you.
Maybe you have some questions. Are there any questions? No? Yeah?
How expensive is this tool?
Depends. No, the AI module is not so expensive. So it's the AI module is not so expensive. So it's it depends on the size, the functional scope you're acquiring. But once you have the tool, the AI module is not, it's 10,000 a year, so it's not very expensive. No further question?
If there are no more questions, so thank you again. And I think it's the last time for a network break upstairs. And then we'll start with the last session for today.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much.